The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting washingtonpost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
You've got two very different records. Donald Trump's record was peace and prosperity, no wars, lower inflation, rising wages, and Kamala Harris has been chaos all over the world.
My opponent, Senator Vance, he said that when they get power, and they will use the Project 2025, they need to be ruthless when it comes to the exercise of power. This is not about power, this is about public service.
I bring a message from Donald J. Trump. If you were in this country illegally, in 6 months, pack your bags because you're going home.
Are they a threat to democracy? Yes. Are they going to take our rights away? Yes. So these guys are just weird. That's who they are.
Let's say to Kamala Harris, you're fired. We're not sending you to the White House. Get out of Washington, D.C., and go back to San Francisco.
Tonight, it's the matchup between vice presidential candidates Republican J.D. Vance and Democrat Tim Walz. The vice presidential debate, hosted by CBS News in New York City, will be simulcast here on the Washington Post. Welcome to live coverage. I'm Libby Casey. Tonight is the first and only scheduled debate between Walz and Vance, and a high-pressure moment for both of them and for their campaigns. There are no more debates scheduled, not even between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Election Day is just 5 weeks away, and early voting has already begun in some parts of the country. Well, with me tonight for the next hour to preview what is to come, columnist and editorial writer James Hohmann and senior political correspondent Rhonda Colvin. Also joining us from the CBS Debate Spin Room in New York City tonight, senior video journalist J.M. Rieger. And at watch parties for supporters of Tim Walz and J.D. Vance, video journalists Blair Guild and Jorge Ribas. So, James, the debate begins in an hour. Set the stakes for us tonight.
It's a high-stakes debate. People don't vote for the number two. No one is voting for J.D. Vance or Tim Walz. But for J.D. Vance, he needs to accomplish what Donald Trump did not during the first debate, which is prosecute a case against Kamala Harris becoming president. Trump took Harris's bait every time. Vance, the biggest audience he's ever going to have this year, has the chance to do that, and also to fix what has been a historically bad rollout for Republicans. He is viewed far more unfavorably than favorably, and he can puncture the caricature that has really formed of himself.
Rhonda, what are you watching for tonight?
You know, both of them have a really big job right now. You think about Democrats, they have been benefiting from a lot of momentum in the last few weeks. So does Tim Walz add to that? Does he take away? You know, at the end of the night, we're really going to try to figure out what did he do to add to that momentum. And then the likability and favorability of J.D. Vance. He is struggling there. A lot of voters don't think that he is resonating with them. So he has a job to do tonight as well. Is he going to be a different Vance, or is he going to double down and be speaking directly to the Trump base? So those are the two things that I'm looking at.
Well, let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's live in the Spin Room in New York. So J.M., what is it like there? Talk us through the setup there tonight.
Yeah, Libby, there are a number of campaign surrogates and campaign officials here on scene in the Spin Room here at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York City. The debate will take place just a few steps away from me in just under an hour here. We've got senators like Mark Kelly and Katie Britt from Alabama, Elise Stefanik and House Republican leadership was here, Byron Donalds, Ben Ray Lujan from New Mexico. And we just heard a few moments ago off camera from Trump senior advisor Jason Miller. All of these surrogates and campaign officials were sort of trying to kind of set the scene, set expectations, and give reporters who are here in the Spin Room a little bit of a preview of what we might see from both candidates tonight. And I'll just note that Jason Miller was just telling reporters that he saw Springfield, Ohio, which has been in the news a lot because of things that both Vance and Trump have been talking about at their rallies. He said he saw that as an opportunity for Vance tonight, if that comes up, an opportunity to talk about immigration. He wouldn't confirm that Vance and Trump have spoken today, but he said they've talked most days.
Okay, JM, and of course, when we talk about Springfield, what we're really talking about is lies that Trump and Vance perpetuated about Haitian immigrants who are here legally eating people's pets, which has been thoroughly debunked, but it's created a lot of chaos in that community. So we'll see that pivot tonight if they talk about that or if they talk about immigration. So what's the setup? Like, how are things going to roll out? What are the rules? And tell us about the moderators.
So there are some similarities from the debate that some of our viewers might have watched back in September between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Roughly a 90-minute debate starts at 9 o'clock, will be simulcast across networks, including on the Washington Post website. And unlike the debate between Trump and Harris, where the mics were muted after one candidate finished speaking, in this case, the mics will not be muted. So that may create a little bit of a different dynamic. We'll see how that plays out tonight. CBS is going to host this debate with Norah O'Donnell from CBS Evening News and Margaret Brennan, host of Face the Nation, Sunday public affairs show. And CBS has said that they are not going to actively fact-check the two candidates tonight the way that ABC News did back in September. So we will see how that dynamic plays out and what the two candidates do to try and check one another tonight here in New York.
Thank you, J.M. Rieger. I love that you're in the thick of it there. We'll be talking to you soon. Now let's go to St. Paul, Minnesota, where our colleague, video journalist Blair Guild, is at a debate watch party with alumni from the high school where Tim Walz taught. So, Blair, tell us about where you are and who's there with you.
Hi, Libby. I'm here in St. Paul at Dual Citizen Brewing Company, where alumni that Tim Walz taught from his tenure teaching at Mankato West High School have started to gather. There's a projector set up behind me where the debate will be broadcast. And some former teacher colleagues, some former students have started to gather here tonight. And a lot of them that I've talked to are really, really excited to see their former teacher and colleague rise to national attention in the debate against J.D. Vance.
So what are the former students of Tim Walz saying about him and saying about the debate?
I spoke earlier with one of the former student athletes from Mankato West High School, Jake Yogfeld, and he was telling me that as a coach, Tim Walz brought a lot of energy and determination to his coaching, and he's expecting to see some of that same play here tonight in the debate.
All right, thank you so much, Blair Guild in St. Paul, Minnesota. Jorge Ribas, senior video journalist, is at a watch party for J.D. Vance and his supporters. This is in Washington, D.C., and it's with the Washington, D.C. Young Republicans. So, Jorge, who are you with, and what's the mood there tonight?
Yeah, Libby, I'm at the Dirty Water Bar here in Washington, D.C. It's actually a Boston sports bar in downtown Washington, D.C. And then behind me are about 24 members of the D.C. Young Republicans. And I was talking to them earlier, just walking around, asking them if they were excited about tonight, what they wanted to hear. One of the attendees there told me they really wanted Vance to talk about three things: immigration, the border specifically, crime, and also rising prices, inflation, and the economy in general. I had another attendee told me that they really wanted Vance to tie Harris together with the Biden administration. That's something that while they thought Trump did an okay job of it, they really wanted Vance to hammer that home. And interestingly enough, I talked to another attendee here who wanted to hear Vance say more emphatically that he was pro-life, that he wanted longer and stronger pro-life policies. She didn't think that he would actually do that, but she would like to hear him talk about that. Another attendee told me that in light of the news that they were seeing today, he wanted Vance to really talk about foreign policy, about the Middle East, talk about what James was saying earlier about how under Trump, and this is something that Trump has hammered quite a bit, that there was peace during his tenure in the White House, and that under Harris and under Biden, they've seen war, escalation of war. He wanted that to drive home tonight with Vance. He thought that doing so could bring more independents who were watching the news today, concerned about what was happening in Israel and Iran. and maybe bring some people over who are on the fence towards the Trump-Vance party when they go and vote in 5 weeks. Libby.
Jorge Ribas, he's going to stay there tonight, and I'm curious to hear what people think as the debate unfolds. Thanks so much, Jorge. You know, Jorge brought up this very important issue of everything else going on in the news right now. I'm just going to share some headlines right now that are in big, bold lettering in the Washington Post. Iran fires nearly 200 missiles at Israel. Asheville was once called a climate haven, then the floods came. Comprehensive coverage in the Washington Post about just the fallout from Hurricane Helene and the extraordinary damage that's been done in the South. And then a dock workers strike that's freezing shipping on the East Coast, posing a threat to the economy. Rhonda, where do these headlines put the candidates tonight? Because surely the moderators will talk about all of this breaking news as they try to get answers from them.
Yeah, it would be unimaginable that the moderators would not bring up something like the events in Israel today or some of the other headlines that you just read. I think what's really important with having this type of debate right now when there is so much news is you're going to see both of these candidates have to confront topical issues, things that they might not have prepared for last week. They're going to have to be ready to talk about. So on one end, that's a good thing. It'll show voters where their leadership styles are, where they are on issues they may have not had a lot of time to look into or be briefed on. But it also does open the door for perhaps gaffes, for moments where they might say things that may not match up with the lead candidate on their ticket. So it will be really interesting when those issues come up, the strike, the union strike, the hurricane, the events in the Middle East, to see how both men address both of those things.
James, to you.
Chaos is never good for an incumbent. Tim Walz obviously is not the part of the administration, but he's there defending Kamala Harris's record. Kamala Harris is part of the administration. On the one hand, you could say, wow, the administration response to the hurricane has been pretty good. Republican governors from Georgia to South Carolina are praising President Biden for doing a good job. On the other, it is this general narrative of chaos. Same thing goes with the 200 ballistic missiles fired at Israel. Almost all of them were intercepted in basically because of the United States, naval vessels in the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf. And so you can look at all of that, and basically you could see what you want to see in it, but I think it is a problem for the person who is representing the incumbents. And it's kind of this general sense of chaos. I think what's going to be really interesting on the longshoreman strike is traditionally Democrats have been the party of organized labor, but we have seen at the Republican convention, J.D. Vance, part of this populist movement to be more friendly to unions, the national Teamsters not endorsing. And Trump put out a statement just in the last few minutes saying the longshoreman strike is because of inflation and prices have gone up, so these workers had to strike. It's going to be an interesting dynamic because in a traditional pre-Trump setting, you would have had the Democrat being on the side of labor and the Republican being kind of like crushed the strike.
And yet Trump has said that he's called for firing
totally and not
people
paying
who are
overtime
labor,
and
so
all
he's
that.
done a lot of
And so it's complicated, but it's not the kind of the black and white that it would have been in the past.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how they both handle it.
Let's go back to the spin room in New York and J.M. Rieger, who's with a guest. J.M.
Yeah, Libby, I'm here with Democratic National Committee Chairman Jamie Harrison. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Chairman. A lot of action going on in the spin room here.
There's a lot of spinning happening here.
A lot of anticipation.
Yes.
Wondering, first off, what you think Tim Walz has to do tonight? What's his main goal?
Well, I think the main goal is to paint the contrast for the American people. Tim Walz represents a party that understands that America's best days are in her future, not in her past. Well, you got the other guy, J.D. Vance, he and Donald Trump always talk about making America great again, meaning that they believe that America's greatness is in her past. But we know that America's future is so bright, and we're often investing in that bright future, making sure that the American dream is available to all of America's people, regardless of your background, regardless of who you look like, regardless of how much money you have. Like, everybody should be able to live that American dream, and that's why Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have created this opportunity economy agenda to make sure that if you're a parent and you have kids, then you have more money in your pocket, that there's some assistance on child care, to make sure if you're trying to start a small business that there's grants, $50,000 to launch that small business. If you're trying to just own your first home, $25,000 down payment. There's so much they're trying to build out so that everybody has a leg up so that they can move ahead in this economy. And what do you hear from J.D. Vance and Donald Trump? About tariffs and more tax cuts for billionaires. That doesn't help average Americans.
We're in the final stretch of the election here. I wonder, from your standpoint, if you could talk a little bit about where you see the Democratic base right now, especially considering how few undecideds polls are telling us are out there. Is the DNC trying to reach those undecideds, or at this point, is this becoming more of a base election? And if so, how do you make sure you get those Democratic voters out?
Well, the momentum is on our side. One of the things that I just announced last week, because of the investments from the Kamala Harris campaign, is that we are putting money on the ground in every single state in the country. And we're even organizing our Democrats that live overseas. It's unprecedented, going back to what Howard Dean did a long time ago, a 50-state strategy, but where's 50 states, our territories and all. And that is to make sure that we're galvanizing the grassroots, that we have resources on the ground for a very, very close election across the board. You don't see that type of action going on in the Republican Party. And on top of that, we even transferred $25 million to our sister committees, the DCCC that works on the House races, the DSCC on the Senate races. Again, you don't see that coming from Donald Trump. I mean, he's trying to sell watches right now or Bibles or something instead of addressing the issues that the American people really care about.
I want to get your reaction real quick to these two lawsuits that Democrats have filed in Georgia, and specifically if the courts uphold or nearly uphold the existing law, the existing rulings by the Georgia State Board of Elections. How are Democrats preparing for that scenario? The judge seemed to be hinting at that today in the hearing.
Well, listen, we know that Republicans in Georgia and across the country have been trying their best to make it harder for Americans to vote, which, again, is also anti-American. You know, we want everybody to vote, regardless if you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent. Yes, we want you to vote for the Democratic Party, but if you're American, you should be able to exercise your right to vote unencumbered. But the Republican Party is trying to put all these roadblocks in front of people to exercise their right to vote. That's not right. But we are making sure that we have the resources. We have built the biggest voter protection program we've ever had at the DNC. We have a strong legal program. Mark Elias and a number of other attorneys that are working with us on that. And so if that means going to court to make sure that every American can vote, we're going to do that. Again, regardless if you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent, you should have the right to vote. And I want to say to your viewers and your listeners, if you run into any problems, again, I don't care what your party affiliation is, text VOTE to 70888. Text VOTE to 70888. We have lawyers on the ready that are going to help you get your opportunity to have your voice be heard.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Enjoy the debate tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much. JM is there in the spin room talking to the DNC chair. Anything newsy there to you, James, that you want to talk about?
These fights over ballot access are noteworthy because we're now at this stage where, as you've said, voting is underway in a lot of states. And I was talking this afternoon to a top Republican strategist who's involved in this campaign, and he said there really are no undecided voters left, that this at this point is just all about mobilization. It's really not about persuasion, that the number of actual kind of undecided voters in the traditional sense is less than 1% of the people who are actually going to vote. That if you're saying you haven't decided, you're probably not going to actually vote. And so at this point, it's who can drive more of their people to the polls. And that's part of what this VP debate is about, is firing up the base. And both of these gentlemen have been pretty good at that. And the question is, can you do it while also appealing to that sort of middle of the road voter who maybe is leaning one way, but isn't completely sold yet?
Yeah. Rhonda, I'm wondering what winning looks like tonight, and because even the definition of winning may be different in these men's minds, right? The Trump definition of winning may be like pounding the competition, but if this ends up being about likability, pounding your opponent may not come across as that likable. So how are you thinking about what they have to both do tonight to walk away feeling like they did their team justice?
This whole cycle, winning seems to be in the eye of the beholder. In fact, we're hearing from folks in the spin room who are already there spinning, as Harrison said. And I experienced that too in spin rooms, is that they're already ready to tell you who won before a word has been spoken. So this is a very different cycle in the sense of a clear winner. But I think what you can find is, looking at polling after this a week later to see if there's a slight uptick. We haven't seen many things move the needle, but that's what makes tonight really important, especially because it may be the very last big event associated with this presidential campaign. You will likely not have, according to Donald Trump, another debate between him and Harris. We also learned today that he has decided to not do the 60 Minutes interview, which is a traditional, every 4-year interview with presidential candidates. So we're not going to see some of the traditional things that would lead up to Election Day. So this may be it. This is almost like a closing argument for both of these men to discuss their ticket and, try to get some of those voters who either aren't going to turn out or aren't thinking about having a plan to vote or haven't made up their mind.
Well, let's bring White House reporter Cleve Whitson into the conversation. Cleve, good evening. Now, you've covered the vice presidency of Kamala Harris for years prior to this, and she's used to being in this role of supporting President Biden. That's what vice presidents do. Now it's a really interesting turning point. Tim Walz is on stage tonight to support her and to carry her message. How ready is he not just to debate J.D. Vance on what they both believe, but on what team Harris-Walz believes?
Yeah, that's a very good point, especially when you consider that Harris is a historic candidate, the first black woman on a major party ticket. And Tim Walz has to not just be an attack dog, but he also has to be a guard dog of sorts, right? He has to protect her image. Trump has come for her with some racist tropes, some stereotypes, and Walz has to kind of tell the American people, how good she is, basically, from his perspective, how ready she is, how able she is to do that. And that can be a very, very difficult job on a night like this.
We've been looking at his old debates and trying to get a read on sort of what his style is, what his approach is. What are you watching from him tonight? Are you watching tone? Are you watching facts? Are you watching sort of likability?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Walz has really done a good job thus far of showing himself to be sort of a likable person, a relatable person, an everyman. But, now he kind of has to show the American people a couple of things. One, he's auditioning for a job to be one heartbeat away from the American presidency. So he also has to have a mastery of policy, what's going on in the world right now, of foreign policy, and being able to just, navigate through those things very well. I also really want to see how he tries to characterize the Trump campaign and J.D. Vance. You could argue that Tim Walz is here because he really successfully characterized them as weird, and that stuck. He does a good job of that. But whether he can do that, how he does that with Democrats who are on his side and all for him may be different than how he does that, from a more neutral audience or to a more neutral audience.
Cleve, stay with us. I want to talk to you, James, about what we know about Tim Walz's preparation. What do we know about how he's gotten ready for this?
So Tim Walz has had Pete Buttigieg playing the role of stand-in. And it's interesting because Pete Buttigieg also played the role of stand-in for Mike Pence. And
so now he's pretending to be J.D. Vance.
Right.
In the past, he was pretending to be Mike Pence to be the foil for the debate.
And Kamala Harris told Tim Walz he's great at this. And so they've done a full mock debate, where they pretend that, it's basically a dress rehearsal. And Walz has taken it very seriously. He's kind of, there's been what I find to be sort of an amusing effort at expectations management. One of the funniest things about debates at this level is you don't get to this level without having debated a couple times and being pretty good at it. And the Walz folks in the Harris campaign called a bunch of reporters over the weekend and said, Tim Walz told Kamala Harris during the interview to be VP that he gets really nervous and he's not a very good debater. And it's all shucks. And J.D. Vance went to Yale Law School and Tim Walz didn't. And so there's this effort to kind of make it seem like he's not really like ready to debate, but he has been practicing. He's obviously done it a lot of times going back to 2006 when he ran for Congress.
Let's bring J.M. Rieger into this. J.M., you did a deep dive into the debates, the past debates, like running for Congress or running for governor, of both Tim Walz and J.D. Vance in his Senate run. What stands out to you about their styles?
We watched 17 different debates from J.D. Vance and Tim Walz dating back to 2006, which was when Tim Walz first ran for Congress. Stylistically, there's a through line there. The way that Tim Walz debates or debated in those debates is the way he still speaks now and the way he speaks at rallies. And the same thing is true about how J.D. Vance, now that was much more recently, that was in 2022 when he ran for Ohio Senate, but the way he talked in those debates is how he talks now. So I think we're going to see some of those stylistic things. On Walz's side, it was a lot of bringing things back to sort of a common sense and a bipartisan, especially when he was in those congressional debates, because he was in a really tough district. It was talking about his accomplishments working across the aisle. In the gubernatorial debates, especially the second go-around, which was after the Dobbs ruling, it was talking about women's reproductive rights, reproductive health, which it almost certainly is going to come up at the debate tonight. What stood out to me about Vance is this is someone who immigration was definitely a part of his debates in 2022. Immigration almost certainly is going to come up tonight. And there was a big moment with his Democratic opponent, Tim Ryan, in late 2022, where Tim Ryan accused him of parroting the Great Replacement theory, which is a racist theory that says that immigrants are coming here to replace native-born white Americans. And J.D. Vance went right after Tim Ryan and talked about, in J.D. Vance's words, my biracial family, how dare you, essentially. We could totally see a line like that tonight from J.D. Vance if Tim Walz goes after him on something like Springfield. And so in many ways, these past debates almost inform and preview what we might see tonight.
All right, thanks so much, JM. Let's go back to Jorge Ribas, who's at a watch party here in Washington, D.C. for supporters of J.D. Vance. Jorge?
Hey, Libby. Yeah, I'm here with Joel Valdez with the D.C. Young Republicans. And Joel and I were talking earlier and just about tonight and what he expected. So, Joel, really tell me, what do you want to hear from J.D. Vance tonight? What do you want him to hammer home, talk about tonight?
Sure. I think the three biggest topics that he needs to talk about are the ones that the American people or the American Republican voter cares the most about, which would be the economy, immigration, and crime and safety, because I think the campaigns really differ on those issues. On the economy under Trump, we've seen record economic prosperity. We've seen strong energy independence. Under Kamala Harris, we've seen record gas prices and record grocery prices. On immigration, under President Trump, I believe we have the strongest southern border that we've seen in American history. Under Kamala Harris's borders are, we've seen over 10 million illegal immigrants cross the border. And just last week, I sent this report to Congress saying over 600,000 of the 7 million who have been interdicted at the border and have criminal cases pending in court, 600,000 of them have criminal histories. Over 65,000 of them have assault convictions. 16,000 of them have sexual assault cases, 13,000 with histories of homicide. And so I really think that is going to be a key issue on immigration. And just one more thing when it comes to crime and safety.
But let me stop you real quick. What do you think he needs to do? Look, the states are several battleground states where the margins are razor thin. What do you think he needs to do to win over some of those voters that are on the margins, on the fence, that don't know yet, they're undecided? What does he need to do to get them over to his side?
Yeah, sure. I think ultimately what J.D. Vance has to do in this debate is he has to show that the Harris-Walz ticket is the Biden-Harris ticket in drag. Because what Kamala Harris didn't do in the last debate is she didn't separate herself from Joe Biden. And keep in mind, Joe Biden was already heading toward a historic loss in that election. And so I think if J.D. Vance can marry these two tickets together, I think that would be detrimental on their side. I think J.D. also has to slam and expose the record of Walz as governor, which the American people haven't really gotten to scrutinize that much. And I think ultimately if he does those things, if he shows that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the spokesman and the guardian of a corrupt and incompetent status quo, I think that shows that he and Donald Trump are going to be the agents of change in this election.
Joel, thanks so much for your time. Libby, back to you in the studio.
Hey, thank you so much, Jorge. Again, Jorge is at a J.D. Vance watch party here in Washington, D.C. We also have one of our colleagues, Blair Guild, who's at a watch party of Walz supporters in Minnesota, and we'll check back in with her a little while. I think I still hear Jorge in my ear. Let's talk about this Cleve Wootson. What does Tim Walz do with these punch that we're hearing from this supporter of J.D. Vance? Like, he's got a lot on his mind. Immigration, tie Walz to Harris, to the Biden administration. What does Tim Walz do with all that?
Yeah, I don't want to overstate. It's important to not overstate the importance of a vice presidential debate, because in the grand scheme of things, the polls show us that they don't really move the needle that much. I think what the Harris camp hopes that Tim Walz does is more about what Tim Walz doesn't do, which is make an unforced error or do something that will make him ricochet on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok tomorrow as some big mistake. If he can talk about Harris's goals, about the Biden administration's policies, and do that in such a way that does not set them back. Harris has made up a lot of ground in the past 2.5 months. But now it's basically a game of inches. And what they can't afford is for a big unforced error, a gaffe, a mistake, something to really set them back and really interfere with their plans with, with social media or with getting at younger voters and all of that stuff. If Tim Walz is lampooned on Saturday Night Live in a couple of days, that will be the unforced error that they're not looking for.
Thanks so much, Cleve. Rhonda?
Yeah, when I was listening to the interview Jorge had with the gentleman at the bar, I was thinking about, that's all a part of which Vance we're going to see tonight. Is it the guy who will speak to that guy who is clearly not on the fence? I don't think he is. I think he's made up his mind. But he said words like he wants Vance to come out to attack, And you have to wonder about, is Vance going to be cognizant that there are swing voters? Yes, they're a small minority, but it made me think of a poll from New York Times Siena that was recently done, and it said there were about 18% of voters who say they have still not made up their mind. And when you look at swing voters' biggest concern, the first thing was personality and temperament of Trump. So if Vance is going to be, Trump's guy tonight, is he going to address the temperament issue that Trump has and also Vance may have? A lot of the things that people know about Vance right now aren't exactly positive things. It's childless cat lady. It's the issue in Springfield. Is he going to dial back a little bit tonight? So that is definitely something I'm going to be watching to see if he has another tactic.
Great question. And if we hear a line from him, like we just heard from that gentleman about so-and-so in drag, and I couldn't tell if Walz is in drag or Harris is in drag or Biden's in drag, but that's not is that going to appeal to middle America, or will it activate the Trump supporters, which is part of the big question. I want to bring Blair Guild back in. She's at a watch party in Minnesota. What's the latest there at the Tim Walz watch party tonight, Blair?
Hey, Dual Citizen Brewing Company is really filling up. You can hear behind me some speakers have started. We have some Minnesota top brass politicians coming to speak here tonight, including former colleague of Tim Walz, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. We'll have Keith Ellison speaking. But mainly in attendance here tonight are a lot of Tim Walz's former students, some former colleagues, teachers, people who worked with him in his athletic career at Mankato West High School. Now, Tim Walz kind of taught from 1996 to 2006, so he had a decade of teaching before he entered his political career. And on tap here tonight, no Tim Walz pun-based beers, but they are serving the Democracy IPA. Libby?
Thanks so much, Blair Guild in St. Paul, Minnesota. Cleve, let's go to you for some final thoughts from you about what you'll be watching tonight. And, we were talking earlier about what does a win look like. Winning is something we talk about in terms of debates, but what really matters, of course, are people going to go vote, and are they going to go vote for your team? But how does the Walz-Harris team view a successful night tonight?
I think that if Tim Walz is able to define J.D. Vance and Donald Trump better than J.D. Vance is able to define Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, then the Harris camp will see it as a win. I think, I think the policies aside, the issues that they're going to debate, just the tone and the sense of Trump and J.D. Vance as weird, as not connected to the experience of the average American person. If Tim Walz is able to convey that to the American people, not just to Democrats, but to the American people, I think the Harris camp will see that as a victory.
Thank you so much, Cleve Whitson, White House reporter. Really appreciate it. James, Tim Walz has been putting this in the context of, hey, I'm a former high school teacher. I'm going up against a Yale law school grad, sort of downplaying expectations. What's on your mind at this point?
A couple things. First, on that point about winning. I think the clearest, biggest victory in a vice presidential debate was in 1988. Lloyd Bentsen really just crushed Dan Quayle. And there's that famous line, I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. You're no Jack Kennedy, after Dan Quayle compared himself to JFK. But it was just kind of an across-the-board beatdown. A month later, George H.W. Bush and Dan Quayle win with 400 electoral votes. Mm-hmm. So you can win the VP debate on points and still lose the election. On Walz specifically, he has not given any tough interviews solo since he became VP. He did a sit down with CNN, Dana Bash, with his running mate. J.D. Vance has been on the Sunday shows every weekend. He's doing Q&As at his rallies with reporters, sort of using, in a Trump-like way, reporters as foils. There's not a question that Vance is going to get tonight that he hasn't gotten in one of those settings. So he's prepared. Walz has, he can lose his temper. He can get pissed off. And also, he really has not been in a situation where he's had to answer for some of his exaggerations. In that CNN interview, he was asked about exaggerating his military service, for example, and said, sometimes I don't get my grammar exactly correct, which was a lame answer. CNN reporting today that Walz has been saying on the campaign trail, has said for years, that he was in China when Tiananmen Square happened, but it turned out he was in Nebraska. He wasn't in China. There are a couple other things since he's last given an interview where he sort of played fast and loose. Now, obviously, J.D. Vance is the one who made up this story about Haitians eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, but I expect J.D. Vance to press Walz on this. I expect the moderators to sort of press on it, and it'll be interesting to see if he can deal with it and move on. Mm-hmm. And you never know. I mean, we've talked about the fact checking, how there's not going to be on-air fact checking, but that doesn't mean there won't be hard questions from the moderators. I think Norah O'Donnell is going to ask a hard question to start the conversation. There obviously is a question of, is CBS going to be more like CNN in that first presidential debate, where Jake Tapper and Dana Bash didn't interject at all? Or more like ABC, where David Muir did sort of say, we called the city manager in Springfield, and he said this claim that you just made isn't true. Anyway, I'm eager to see how Walz handles the heat. And he'll try to be folksy and brush it off and be like, oh yeah, J.D. Vance, of course he's just attacking me. But if the moderators are sort of no, you have a record of overstating your accomplishments, are they going to push back?
Yeah, I mean, I do want to be clear, the ABC moderators were not fact-checking every question, every answer, right? And it was things that were, I think in their minds, especially egregious or just easy to fact check, right? Sort of things that were low-hanging fruit. They weren't fact checking economic policy, foreign affairs, track records during the White House. It was things like, well, they're not eating cats in Springfield. J.M. Rieger, you've been watching as we talked about these debates. One thing I noticed about J.D. Vance's style is he can be very aggressive. Tim Walz can be aggressive too. And he also specifically really hit some of his opponents hard when he was running for Senate on military issues. These guys are both veterans. They both talk a lot about their either working class or middle class roots and origin story. What are you going to be watching for in terms of J.D. Vance hitting Tim Walz, but also trying to paint a picture of himself?
One thing that I think has been surprising to some reporters who have been covering this election has been that J.D. Vance has not talked more about sort of his upbringing and his story. Tim Walz has talked a lot about his Midwest, his middle-class roots, as you were just talking about, Libby. how much do both of them talk about that tonight? I actually think is a very interesting and key question, because there's almost this contest who can out Midwestern the other in a sense, right? Walz is from Minnesota, J.D. Vance is from Ohio, and they were both put on the ticket in some ways to play to those blue wall states, to play to those Midwest states, right? To play to predominantly white working rural voters, right? To bring some of those into the fold, especially because, again, the campaigns are really gaming this out to be a base election at this point. You know, when we look at these past debates, and you mentioned the military thing, right, Libby, that Vance had in the GOP primary debate in Ohio in 2022, he went after then Republican candidate Josh Mandel for politicizing his military service, his Marine service. And it would be shocking if that does not come up tonight, if J.D. Vance does not hit Tim Walz on the military service. So again, watching these past debates really does give us a little bit of an insight into what might come tonight, because here in the spin room, Libby, this is about expectation setting and sort of previewing some of the strategies. And what we've heard fairly consistently from the Trump campaign surrogates, is actually setting expectations relatively high for Tim Walz, talking about how he is a good debater. And that, you know, some of the expectation setting, some of the spin on that, sometimes is one of the things that carries through to the post-debate if the debate itself is fairly even matched. Libby?
Thanks so much, JM. Let's bring in national political reporter Marianne Levine. Marianne has been covering the Trump campaign. So Vance has this national audience tonight, but you have reported that he also has a key audience of one, Donald Trump. Tell us more about trying to please both those audiences.
I mean, I think Vance is definitely going to be trying to show to Trump that, you know, he was a good vice presidential pick. I mean, one of the big reasons why the Trump campaign selected J.D. Vance was because they thought he would be good in a debate setting, because they often said that Vance is someone who has what they view as adversarial interviews with reporters. And so a big reason why Vance was chosen to be second on the ticket was for his communication skills. And I think those are going to definitely be put to the test tonight.
You know, Trump is in an unusual position, Marianne, of having obviously served before, run for president before, with a different running mate, with Mike Pence. And usually in the modern era, when a ticket's up again, it's with like the same person by your side. So this is a different situation. What can we learn about how Pence approached his debates and how Trump either got involved in that or didn't get involved in that during his past runs?
So, but from our reporting, it doesn't sound like Trump especially got involved in Mike Pence's debate prep. I mean, Pence is was a pretty skilled debater, had a lot of experience with debates, and I think, and similar to Vance, both he and Pence had their own experience, both running for statewide office, running for Congress, and so it doesn't sound like Trump especially was involved with Mike Pence's debate prep or with J.D. Vance's debate prep either. So it seems like he's kind of taking a step back, letting his running mates have their moment, though Trump will also be live tweeting, or live truthing, I should say, during the debate tonight. So I'm sure he'll have his own running commentary about how things are going.
You know, usually there's often the goal of trying to have the optics of the two running mates just being in lockstep together. But we even heard Trump say at his debate, oh, I haven't talked to J.D. Vance about that. Like, I haven't. So will you be watching for criticism from Donald Trump of J.D. Vance's performance, or do you think he'll be on message supporting his vice presidential pick?
I have a hard time seeing Trump criticizing Vance. He's really defended Vance, especially publicly. I know that Tim Walz has sought to paint Republicans as weird. Trump often at his rallies says, I'm not weird, JD's not weird. And you know, Trump has a tendency to really dig in when it comes to when he's in more combative situations, or when his running mate is in more combative situations. So I think that any criticism he might have for Vance's performance will be private, if he has any. I think publicly he'll be a pretty fierce defender of his running mate.
There's often a theory of do no harm at vice presidential debates, right? Like, don't bring down the ticket, don't go say anything that goes viral in the coming days and weeks. But The Trump style is different than do no harm. It's usually trying to really punch hard. So will J.D. Vance go into this trying to just keep a low profile, or do you expect something different from him?
I think it's hard to see Vance trying to keep a low profile. He's definitely made his own headlines as a Trump's running mate. So I think what we can expect is Vance coming in pretty combative. And I think he's likely going to, what the Vance team has told me is that they are really trying to get Tim Walz off script. They see Tim Walz as a very scripted candidate. So I think Vance is definitely going to try to throw Walz off his game and try to get him in what they see as unscripted territory. We'll see if he's successful tonight.
Marianne Levine, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Rhonda, this gets us back to like, what's the goal of tonight for both candidates? And is there a danger in winning the moment, but coming off as unlikable or mean or bitter?
Right. Well, two things on that. One is nothing really has moved the needle in this race for like the last year. Even when Biden was in the race, we were seeing some of the same polling in these battleground states that things would be neck and neck. So I'm not sure if there is going to be, widespread change after this night. But I think, and I really like what our colleague just said about the Vance team saying that they're trying to needle Tim Walz a little bit. If you think about that, that's going to be very important. That was sort of the Harris tactic with Trump when she debated him, and it worked really well. I think James also mentioned this too, that if you do look at clips of Walz's past debate performances, he can get a little aggressive. So is there a strategy with Vance where he will try to get under Walz's skin a little bit, amplify some of the challenges that Walz has had in some of the storytelling about his past? I think both sides are very aware that they are going up against candidates who are going to prepare really well for this. And I think the expectation setting is clear, where you've heard Walz say, I'm a little nervous. I don't want to screw things up for Harris. And then you've heard the Trump side say, well, he's a good debater. So it does seem like they're messaging to each other already. I'm really interested to see how the strategies work. I also think, and I know we've mentioned it about the rules, I think it is important that the mics will be open. And I know JM's discussed that. That's going to be a big difference. It could potentially be a big difference. You could see moments where they might have direct combativeness, against each other. That I'm really interested to see the dynamic there as well. But overall, I think both men are realizing that they are up against people who are very prepared in this, and they know their role to their party right now.
We talked about the preparation that Tim Walz has done. What do we know about J.D. Vance's preparation?
So the stand-in for Tim Walz has been Tom Emmer, who served alongside Walz in the Congress. They were both Minnesota reps. Emmer obviously was a nominee for Speaker, fell short. And Emmer actually ran for governor of Minnesota in 2010 and lost. And so he has a feel for the Midwestern sensibility. And Walz is sort of like Chris Farley, big butterball kind of over the top vibe. And so I think they've done multiple rehearsals. And in fact, I'm told that Tom Emmer did like a dress rehearsal for the dress rehearsal, where he, with his staff, he had someone pretending to be Vance. And then on Friday, they did a full debate run through in Cincinnati, where, they set it up just like the studio is going to be set up tonight. And Tom Emmer playing Tim Walz tried to get under J.D. Vance's skin. I do think it's going to be fascinating because Vance has now been caricatured and has earned this reputation as this kind of like angry, saber-rattling kind of guy, but he actually has the ability, and as a lot of people who first saw him promoting Hillbilly Elegy, he can be kind of down to earth, and the interruption point is a good one because the most memorable moment of that 2022 debate against Tim Ryan was when Tim Ryan was talking, as JM was telling us about the Great Replacement Theory, and it was Tim Ryan's turn to talk, and J.D. Vance said, whoa, 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 and like interrupted him, and then went in with this point, like, I have 3 multiracial children. I'm married to an Indian woman who's the child of immigrants. Like, my kids are getting threats because of this kind of rhetoric. And so I think sometimes, Vance is going to come and punch and try to get under Walz's skin, partly because he is playing to that constituency of one that Marianne was telling us about. But I also think that there might be times where he's like, look, I'm a dad, I'm down to earth. I get that prices are too high for you. things feel like they're on the wrong track. You could see him sort of like trying to talk to camera and being a regular guy when everyone is sort of expecting him to be this like street brawler.
So if they both come across as regular guys, these regular Midwestern guys, Rhonda, who does that best serve?
Well, I think that audience would be the folks who haven't made up their mind, that small sliver of Americans. I'm not sure it will come. It all depends if it's genuine, right? Because I remember covering that Senate debate and Senate race in Ohio, and J.D. Vance did have a problem with being genuine, perceived as genuine by voters that I talked to, both Republicans and Democrats. I remember speaking to Republicans who said their first question for him really was, they had to have a better understanding of why did he flip so quickly from being anti-Trump to now seeking his endorsement in that race. So I think with Vance, you're going to have to see if he can be genuine, if that's part of the likability. And is it going to be the Vance that we heard at the RNC when he gave his, biographical speech when he accepted the nomination? He was a softer Vance at that point, but he has really struggled with really connecting with people, and that does date back to the beginning of his political career as a person running for Senate. He was not the favorite in that primary in Ohio. And in fact, things really didn't change for him until Trump endorsed him, and then he kind of flew to the top. So he has had issues connecting with voters. If he can appear genuine to folks, that might do something for their campaign. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I mean, Tim Walz has crafted an image of being the every guy. So if they both seem like the every guy, it's like a check mark for him, but it's like a gold star for J.D. Vance, who really is coming in with a low expectation on personality and likability.
Right.
But he's very experienced at working with a camera,
Exactly.
even if he's not as relaxed on the stump, just talking to voters who come up to him. All right, well, I want to bring Jorge Ribas back in. He's with Young Republicans in Washington, D.C. Jorge, what's happening at the J.D. Vance watch party?
Yeah, Libby, it's filled up quite a bit since we last talked, and it's pretty rowdy in here. And, it's just like it's not like different than a normal D.C. bar, except there's more MAGA hats than you maybe would normally see at a D.C. bar. But I talked to several people inside, and they're excited. I talked to one woman who's a transplant from Minnesota, actually, and she mentioned to me that she really wanted to see Vance hit at Walz for his record as a Minnesota governor. She wasn't happy with what he did during COVID and what he did with the George Floyd riots. She wanted to see him really attack and go after his record as governor, and said that she didn't want to see that on a national stage. She thought that Vance was a better debater than Walz and that he would come out on top. I talked to a lot of other people, too, just about what they wanted to see from Vance in terms of just kind of widening the gap and really showing how, appealing to those independent voters in these battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania in particular. And they thought they had to hit the economy, really had to tie Harris to Biden as much as possible, talk about inflation, talk about rising costs, and talk about stagnant wages, and hit on those issues and tie Harris more to Biden than they saw Trump doing. But everybody here, obviously it's the D.C. Young Republicans, they're confident, they're happy, they want to see Vance do well tonight. I'll come back to you after the debate, Libby, and we can see how everyone thinks the night went overall. Libby.
Stick to seltzer water, Jorge. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We've sent two of our finest to bars to go to watch parties. Really appreciate you being there. So I wanted to bring JM back. He's in the spin room, not at a restaurant or a pub. JM Rieger, what is the sense like now? We're less than 10 minutes away from debate time. You've been hearing, you talked to Jamie Harrison, chair of the DNC earlier, but you've also been hearing and talking to Republicans who are setting expectations. What are they telling you?
Yeah, I mean, they're setting the bar pretty high for Walz. They're talking about how he's a formidable candidate. And this is a little different than the strategy that Trump himself has taken at times with first Biden and a little less so with Harris. But, very much lowering that bar to the point where it was very easy for, this happened in 2020, where it was very easy for Biden to clear the low bar that the Trump campaign set at the time in those debates. That's not what we're hearing here in the spin room tonight in terms of how Trump surrogates, Trump campaign officials are talking about Tim Walz and the Harris campaign and what they think Tim Walz is going to bring to the stage tonight. I will say that the spin room is starting to clear out a little bit. Folks are starting to get in position to watch the debate. but over my left shoulder, I don't think folks can see it, but Mark Kelly is getting interviewed by Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. So that's kind of where things are at in the spin room at this point, and I think he's one of the last surrogates standing before the debate.
All right, thanks so much, JM. Let's check in with Blair Guild, who's at a bar in St. Paul, Minnesota, at a watch party hosted by local Democrats, and she is with a former student of Tim Walz. Blair?
I'm here with Nate Hood, who's a former Tim Walz student. Tim Walz was also his coach, as I understand. Nate, anything that you're watching for in tonight's debate? Any kind of teacher or coach color that you think that he'll bring to the debate stage tonight?
I really hope his coach comes out. He used to give us these great rile-up speeches that really would get us motivated and really just get us to go out there and just win the game. And I hope that he does that with the American population to get them to go out and vote Harris Walz.
And what was it like now seeing someone, that's part of your personal life rise to this kind of level of national attention?
Never would have guessed it. I could live 100 more lifetimes and this would never happen. But you know what? One thing is for sure, Tim Walz has earned it. He's worked hard. He was a great teacher. He was a great coach. He was a great congressman. He's a great governor. And he's put in the work. And, one of the things about people when they reach a certain level of success is that it goes to their head. That hasn't happened with Tim Walz. Tim Walz is the same guy that I knew when I met him in 1996, 1997. He's got that personality, and that's tough to beat. Don't bet against Tim Walz.
Nate, thank you so much. Libby, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Blair Guild in St. Paul, Minnesota. She'll also watch the debate with the crew gathered there, and we'll talk to her afterwards. We're just a few minutes away from debate time. Let's talk about what to expect tonight. 9 o'clock sharp, we'll begin the simulcast with CBS News. The hosts are Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan, the moderators, both very experienced questioners in the CBS News family. Rhonda, you are pointing out this important detail that the mics will not be cut off like they were in the prior presidential debates. What else is the setup tonight that you'll be listening for?
Well, both will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and there will be an opportunity for rebuttals, about a minute. Also, I believe Vance won the coin toss, so he picked to go last, so he will have the final word tonight. But, I think in all that we've discussed, we are about to cover a debate where both candidates are very prepared for this. Both of them seem to know the weight that they carry right now. So this is going to be a really interesting vice presidential debate. Usually they're kind of like the side dish on the presidential ticket, but I feel like this one is one where people are really going to be looking at with closed eyes.
James.
Yeah, I think this might actually be more interesting substantively as a debate than the presidential debate was. Fun fact, this is the first general election debate in New York City proper since the famous Kennedy-Nixon debate in 1960. It's being taped in Studio 45 at CBS, which is where they taped Captain Kangaroo from 1964 to 1981, Geraldo Rivera's show, and Inside Edition. It will be Vance who gets that final word, and how he uses that will be interesting. We know there will be 2 commercial breaks. Ultimately, there is this threshold test, right? I mean, one of these men, 3 months from now, is going to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. 15 vice presidents in U.S. history have become president. In the 20th century, 3 times a vice president had to become president because the president died. Lyndon Johnson, Harry Truman, Teddy Roosevelt. Obviously, Kamala Harris has been called to be the presidential nominee after being vice president because Joe Biden is 81 and decided to step aside. At the end of a second term, Donald Trump would be older than Joe Biden is now. He would be the oldest president. And so there is, J.D. Vance is 40 years old, Tim Walz is 60 years old. Potentially you're voting for one of these people to become president. And so I don't think people vote for the number 2, but I think that there is this kind of like, would you be comfortable if this person did become president? And so as much as you're trying to make the case, against the other guy's running mate, you're also trying to make the case that you can be president.
Against the other guy's running mate, right, and for yourself. So we talked a little bit about how the setup's going to go tonight. The White House Correspondents Association has actually put out a statement voicing some concerns about the lack of access, because during these commercial breaks and other things, there's not a press pool that will have access. And so it is a controlled environment in the way that a town hall or a debate that had an audience, Rhonda and James, would not be. Rhonda, we have about a minute to go here. What are you going to be listening for in the moderator's questions? We've talked about how they cannot avoid, they must hit on the breaking news about the Middle East, about the hurricane, and about the strike. But what are you going to be listening for in terms of tone and content from them?
Well, I think these two moderators come with, big resumes. They are people who are very aware of the challenges going on in the world. I believe they will, even though they said they were not going to do sort of the fact checking that happened with ABC, I'll be listening to see if they are prepared to sort of correct things if things are said that are out of context or true. So how the role of a moderator has become increasingly important in these debates. They can change the entire tone and kind of decide who is that person who can say that they won. So I'm just going to be listening to how they carry themselves.
All right. Well, do stay with us. The Washington Post is about to simulcast this CBS debate. We will be back afterwards with analysis and recaps. We'll check in with both Jorge and Blair to hear what the pro teams thought, and we'll also be talking with J.M. Rieger in the spin room. Now we go to CBS News.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the vice presidential debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene, and now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. the federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Langford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you,
Margaret. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this, he kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, he said, you're rich as hell, I'm gonna give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that, too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
My name is Yasmina Boutaleb, and I'm a White House reporter at The Washington Post. I started working at The Washington Post because I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area, so it was the newspaper I grew up with, and when I became a journalist, I had always dreamed of working at a place like this. I think one of the most fun parts of covering the White House is there isn't really a typical day. A lot of days we go to the daily press briefing to ask the press secretary and other senior officials questions about news of the day, ongoing issues, and a lot of the time we're just traveling with the president wherever he goes, especially in the thick of a campaign cycle. We have a big team of people from all sorts of different backgrounds, and so that collaboration, I think, really puts our coverage in a different league. I think one of the most important things to me is our politics team here is diverse, and I think that really enriches our coverage. It's super important that we cover different communities, the way they're reacting to these candidates, the way they're thinking about the election, the issues that are most important to them. The things that give me the greatest sense of accomplishment are when I can break news that people wouldn't have otherwise known, when I can take them behind the scenes into a major decision that the president and his advisors made, and I can help explain how that came about and the events that led up to it. There is a big distrust in U.S. media right now, and I think the more we can show people how careful we are to be accurate, I think all these things help build trust with people who may be skeptical of the media. This is an election unlike any other. There could not be more at stake.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, The Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis, from landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 election night special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country.
no one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.
I'm Cleve Wootson. I'm a reporter for the Washington Post. I work for the White House team. I wanted to come to the Washington Post because it's some of the best journalism that's going on in America. A typical day at the Post on the White House beat can sometimes be anything but typical. If the president is in town, I'm also in town. If the president is traveling, I or one of my colleagues are also traveling. I'm just writing about not just what he's doing, but also writing about the impact of what he's doing and how voters, how Americans feel about that. If I had to describe the political team here, one thing that's really unique about our coverage, we have hypotheses, but we don't have assumptions. Trying to figure out where people actually are as opposed to where we assume they are, I think is something that makes us really distinct. Critical, objective journalism is really important at this point because everyone's trying to sell you something. And what we try to do is to just call it like it is. This is what is going on in your world and the information you need to make your own informed decision.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it. And here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with, but the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it, if a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, More people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is—
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, you and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
My name is Yasmina Boutaleb, and I'm a White House reporter at the Washington Post. I started working at the Washington Post because I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area, so it was the newspaper I grew up with, and when I became a journalist, I had always dreamed of working at a place like this. I think one of the most fun parts of covering the White House is there isn't really a typical day. A lot of days we go to the daily press briefing to ask the press secretary and other senior officials questions about news of the day, ongoing issues, and a lot of the time we're just traveling with the president wherever he goes, especially in the thick of a campaign cycle. We have a big team of people from all sorts of different backgrounds, and so that collaboration, I think, really puts our coverage in a different league. I think one of the most important things to me is our politics team here is diverse, and I think that really enriches our coverage. It's super important that we cover different communities, the way they're reacting to these candidates, the way they're thinking about the election, the issues that are most important to them. The things that give me the greatest sense of accomplishment are when I can break news that people wouldn't have otherwise known, when I can take them behind the scenes into a major decision that the president and his advisors made, and I can help explain how that came about and the events that led up to it. There is a big distrust in U.S. media right now, and I think the more we can show people how careful we are to be accurate, I think all these things help build trust with people who may be skeptical of the media. This is an election unlike any other. There could not be more at stake.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. I am your retribution.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing.
For every key campaign moment, The Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and analysis, from landmark Supreme Court decisions to the sentencing of Donald Trump. We'll be on location reporting live from the Republican and Democratic national conventions and the presidential and vice presidential debates. It all leads up to our 2024 election night special, providing real-time race calls, live updates from our reporters on the ground, monitoring the pivotal races that will determine the balance of power in Washington and the future of our country. No one covers politics and elections like the Washington Post, because democracy dies in darkness.
I'm Cleve Wootson. I'm a reporter for the Washington Post. I work for the White House team. I wanted to come to the Washington Post because it's some of the best journalism that's going on in America. A typical day at the Post on the White House beat can sometimes be anything but typical. If the president is in town, I'm also in town. If the president is traveling, I or one of my colleagues are also traveling. I'm just writing about not just what he's doing, but also writing about the impact of what he's doing and how voters, how Americans feel about that. If I had to describe the political team here, one thing that's really unique about our coverage, we have hypotheses, but we don't have assumptions. Trying to figure out where people actually are as opposed to where we assume they are, I think is something that makes us really distinct. Critical, objective journalism is really important at this point because everyone's trying to sell you something. And what we try to do is to just call it like it is. This is what is going on in your world and the information you need to make your own informed decision.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
As the candidates are greeted by their spouses there and shaking hands, that concludes this CBS News vice presidential debate. It was wide-ranging, touched on a lot of issues. The only chance we'll have to see Democratic Governor Tim Walz go up against Republican Senator J.D. Vance in that 90 minutes of questioning by CBS moderators Margaret Brennan and Nora O'Donnell. This is live coverage from the Washington Post, the simulcast of the debate. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm with Rhonda Colvin and James Hohmann here in our studio. Rhonda, what are the key takeaways from tonight?
I think one of them is, and you saw that in the last shot there, it seemed like a very collegial debate, a civil debate, something we have really not seen in our politics a lot. So you can give points to both of them for that. They did keep the civility. They, at times shared nods with each other, especially over saying that they had misstatements before. But I think one of the key things to me is that Vance went into this knowing that he was going up against an affable character, a character who was going to be the common man. That is one of the reasons Harris chose Walz. And I think Vance knew that, and I think he was prepared for that because we did see a dialed-down Vance. And that's something I said at the beginning of our coverage is what Vance would we get? Would we get the one that's been a little angry on the trail, or would we get someone who knew that they have a likability issue? So I think he went in knowing that. For Walz, there was an interesting strategy that I picked up on early on. He seemed to mention Donald Trump a lot, at least in his first few answers. It was back-to-back most of the time, and that could be a strategy to remind people that, look, no matter how well Vance does tonight, he's still on the ticket with Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump makes you uneasy, it doesn't matter what Vance is doing tonight. He's still connected to him. There were a few breakout moments. I'm sure we'll all discuss them a little later and show some clips. I definitely thought the January 6th and election denialism segment was really important. I think Walz had a really standout moment when he talked about the affordable health care. There are many moments of substance, and, unfortunately, we haven't seen a lot of that in the last few years, and this was a pretty important vice presidential debate.
Yeah, a lot of punching at the people at the top of the ticket, but not really punching at each other until really like the last 10 minutes when it got a little more tense. But James, I noticed that the first question was tough. Tim Walz didn't seem really quite to know how to navigate this very pointed question about Israel and Iran. But when it got to J.D. Vance, instead of pointing out and being like, that guy didn't answer the question, he was like, let me tell you about my life story. Let me tell you about J.D. Vance. So really, to Rhonda's point, he needed to match the tone that Tim Walz was going to bring and try to show people who he was. How did these two men do in terms of showing a personality and also defending their team?
That was a choice, right? It was also a choice for Vance not to pile on when the moderators asked Tim Walz about exaggerating his time in China, for example. Instead, to pivot, attack Kamala Harris, build up Trump, introduce himself. J.D. Vance outdebated Tim Walz, especially in the first half hour, which is what most people are going to be watching. Walz got better as the cobwebs came off. I thought he was very strong in the last half hour.
He was clearly waiting to talk about health care. Like, they each had their issues they really wanted to talk about.
Abortion, January 6th. There were some areas where Walz became a lot more comfortable than he was on that Iran answer, or when he was asked about being in China during Tiananmen Square. I think it showed that Tim Walz has not given tough interviews. He hasn't sat down for adversarial questions. And so I think he was rusty, whereas J.D. Vance has been out there. He's had hundreds of repetitions, and there was no question that he got that he hasn't sort of had to field some iteration of before. And the result of that is I think J.D. Vance came across as very likable, and I think people will wind up saying he won the debate.
I think at the beginning of this, we had said that if they both are disarming, non-combative with each other, the one who really wins in that matchup is J.D. Vance, because people already are polling and saying they find Tim Walz to be that sort of character already. So this was a chance for him to try to show that side as well. Well, let's go to J.M. Rieger, who's in the spin room, the debate spin room in New York City. So J.M., talk to us about this debate and share with us anything you're getting from the spin room there.
Yeah, so Libby, folks are just starting to funnel into the spin room here. We're seeing those placard signs indicating where the different surrogates are at this point. We're going to effort to get at least one or two of them hopefully over to our position here for an interview on air. I will say that I thought the debate was notable, especially from the Vance standpoint, as James was just talking about, because it definitely was an effort by J.D. Vance to sort of recast himself for voters, kind of position them as, an acceptable alternative, in this case, to what they tried to paint as an extreme candidate in Kamala Harris. And there was a lot of kind of up-ticket talk, as you would expect at a VP debate. But this race is so baked in. We have potentially a record low number of undecided voters. We definitely have a lower number of undecided voters than we've had in recent elections based on polling that has come out. So the question really in terms of how this proceeds going forward, we talk about these issues. Both candidates, I think, can point to kind of breakout moments, things where they kind of landed the lines that they wanted to land on the issues that they wanted to talk about tonight. But I think the question here is which one of them was able to better speak to some of those undecided voters and the ones that we're watching, right? We don't even know how many of the undecided voters were watching tonight's debate. But this debate is going to be, we expect, very closely decided on the margins in those 7 key battleground states. So that's a situation where even something like tonight's debate can really make a difference come November.
All right, thanks so much, JM. Let's go to video journalist Blair Guild, who's in St. Paul, Minnesota, at a debate watch party with alumni from the high school where Tim Walz taught. So Blair, how did the crowd there react to Governor Walz's performance tonight?
Hi, Libby. Yeah, I'm at St. Paul. I'm at Dual Citizen Brewing Company. And like you said, this is an event mostly attended by former students of Tim Walz, some of his former colleagues from his teaching days at Mankato West High School. So keeping in mind that this is a friendly crowd to Tim Walz, there were some lighthearted cheers. There were some large laughs from the crowd. One of the lines that got the biggest reaction, I would say, is kind of Tim Walz falling on his own sword a little bit, saying, at times I can be a knucklehead. But also there were some serious responses as well mixed in there. More towards the end of the debate, when each of the candidates were asked about the peaceful transition of power in the last presidential election, the crowd got pretty fired up in response to J.D. Vance saying that Donald Trump accepted that peaceful transition of power, referencing January 6th and the insurrection. So a mix of highs for Tim Walz and a mix of some boos, keeping in mind that this is a friendly crowd in his home state.
All right, thanks so much, Blair. Let's check out how the other side felt. Jorge Ribas has been at a watch party for supporters of J.D. Vance. He's with a group of the Washington, D.C. young Republicans. Jorge, what is their take on how tonight went?
Yeah, Libby. So I'm joined here with Kingsley Wilson. And Kingsley, tell me what you thought. Like, what were the moments you thought that J.D. Vance succeeded tonight? What stood out to you?
I thought he did a fantastic job making the case to the American people that the Trump record was one of success, right? We heard him talk about record take-home pay under President Trump, and just how the Trump economy was really booming. And I think as a young person in particular, that's a message that resonates with a lot of us. Young people today are having trouble making ends meet. Groceries are expensive. Gas is expensive. The idea of owning a home on a single income, something you used to be able to do in this country, is becoming a fantasy under Biden-Harris. So I think, that was really his strong suit in this debate. He made the case to the American people and to working class Americans in particular.
If someone hadn't heard Vance speak at all until tonight, and he had, what do you think that they heard that maybe won them over, or what did they not hear that maybe wouldn't have won them over?
I thought he did a fantastic job introducing himself and his story, right? He is a red-blooded working-class American. He's come from a lot of the communities that the Biden-Harris administration has forgotten, the so-called flyover states, right? So he represents those people. He understands the kitchen table issues that they're facing every day. And I think, too, he really pressed Walz on policy. Walz tried to run away from the Biden-Harris record, and he tried to run away from his own record as governor, right? We saw him dodging questions left and right, just like he dodged the draft.
What do you think was the biggest reaction that you saw a moment here? I mean, there was a couple of moments where there was some boos towards Walz, obviously. This is a pro-Vance crowd. Was there a moment that stuck out to you that was a cheer or something like that you heard here tonight?
I have to say, I think mass deportations got the largest applause from the DCYR.
But he didn't really address that. I mean, he didn't. Vance, kind of sidestepped that question. The moderators asked him, but he kind of moved away. Did you want him to address that, or because he didn't really answer that question?
Yeah, I think he did a good job addressing the primary issue, that we have people coming over this border illegally, and we have to stop the blood flow, as he said, right? We have to put a stop to that first and foremost. And then when we start to look at things like mass deportations, we go after criminals first, right? And ultimately, we'll work our way down the list. There's, 20 million illegals, 25 million illegals potentially that have come across the border since Kamala and Joe Biden took office. Those are just the people we know about. And I think for young people in particular, we are seeing how the government is giving these people free housing, free phones, free health care, and we're kind of feeling ripped off, right? I, as an American person, a hardworking young woman, pay taxes, and I want my government to serve me, not foreigners who are coming here and breaking our laws.
All right, Kingsley, thank you so much. Libby, back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much, Jorge Ribas, one of our reporters who we have at watch parties for both sides. So I had a watch party here tonight with Rhonda Colvin and James Hohmann. Let's talk more about what we witnessed tonight. As Jorge was getting at there were dodges. There were definitely dodges on some of the tough questions that were posed to both candidates, and their opponent didn't really hold them accountable, as you both have pointed out. Instead, they focused on hitting the top of the ticket and then sort of weaving their own tale. So, James, where does that get them? It's sort of the do no harm theory of the case. Did they do no harm to their campaigns? Did they win any points?
I don't think either did any meaningful harm. I don't anticipate this will move the needle. I think if you're a partisan, as we just heard from those watch parties, your guy won. And I don't think that many undecided voters exist. I don't think they're watching the debate. I think you think about what is going to be the viral moment from this debate, and I think for both sides there were clips that Republicans can be really happy about and Democrats can be happy about. And there's really not a penalty for ignoring the question. Going from the first question of do you support a preemptive strike against Iran to the, did Donald Trump really lose the 2020 election? I think it was telling that Vance wouldn't answer that question, but I'm not sure how much it hurts him.
Let's go back to J.M. Rieger, who's live in the CBS News Spin Room. J.M.?
Hi, Libby. I'm here with Congresswoman Elise Stefanik from New York, member of House Republican leadership here in the Spin Room. I want to start off with how you felt that J.D. Vance performed tonight? Did he do what he needed to do?
This was a dominating victory for J.D. Vance and the Trump-Vance campaign. J.D. spoke directly to the American people. He shared his story of the challenges he faced growing up and the American dream that he has been able to achieve. So he spoke to so many challenges that American families are feeling under Kamala Harris's failed leadership. He also touched upon key issues important to voters: inflation resulting from Kamala Harris's deciding vote of the Inflation Expansion Act, and of course the border crisis, which has touched every community, whether you're in my district in upstate New York, in the state of Ohio, every state across the country. He spoke on those key issues, and he compared the success of President Trump versus the failures of Kamala Harris today. And he ended with a very important question. That is, Kamala Harris is making all these promises about what she'll do. She's been in office for 3.5 years. Why hasn't she done it yet? And it's because their policies have failed America.
It felt like the senator took a little more of an affable approach tonight. We saw at times both Walz and Vance saying, "I agree with you," and then trying to spin that into a bit of a contrast. Was that a deliberate approach by the senator, and do you think it worked?
I think J.D. Vance has connected with the American people. He did this when he was running for Senate in Ohio, and his personal story is one that resonates. That's only possible in the United States of America. And despite the scrutiny and sort of the coverage by the mainstream media, this was an opportunity for J.D. Vance to shine without being taken out of context or taking certain statements out, to really tell his story. And I think it was compelling. I think he provided a vision and certainly was a great supporter of President Trump, and talked about the success, I said, of President Trump's leadership compared to Kamala Harris's failure. So I think not only he achieved what he had to do, so much more. I think it was one of the most dominating vice presidential debate performances ever, certainly in my lifetime and while I've been in public policy.
At the tail end of the debate, the 2020 election and certifying the 2024 election came up. I know Republicans have been asked about this repeatedly, and this came up at a press conference last week with Speaker Johnson about it. Wonder if you can tell our viewers if House Republicans are prepared to certify the election results once they are submitted and certified by the states in December.
Sure. So I've been asked this for over a year. I've said that this needs to be a safe, legal, and constitutional election, and votes are ongoing right now. So if it is a legal and constitutional election, yes, I will certify, but that needs to be the case. In the case of 2020, I obviously had concerns with the lack of constitutionality, circumventing state assemblies like in the state of Pennsylvania. I stand by that, but as you heard from J.D. today, we are going to win this election. We are going to win it on the issues, and certainly from my perspective as a member of Congress, it's my responsibility to be a representative for my district and to defend and uphold the Constitution. That's why it's so important that these elections are constitutional.
One more for you here, just more on kind of the congressional legislative front. Obviously, a lot of hurricane damage in parts of the country here. You're a member of leadership. Do you see a situation where the House is going to need to come back early here to pass a supplemental for funding? Where are House Republicans? Where are you on that?
So this is an important question. I'm glad you asked it. There are thousands of North Carolinians who have yet to be accounted for, and I've worked with members of the North Carolina delegation to make sure that they have all the resources that they need. Importantly, in the most recent funding bill, the CR, we included $23 billion of FEMA funding, and the FEMA administrator has said that that will last into January. So it's ample funds have been provided. That was a really important vote to take before we crisscrossed the country and went back to our home districts, but we are committed to making sure that all the resources are delivered to those communities. I was pleased to see President Trump immediately go to Georgia. He is scheduled to go to North Carolina and working with Elon Musk to provide Starlink, because one of the biggest challenges that these communities going through just horrible devastation is lack of cell access, lack of connectivity, and we need to get that up and running as soon as possible. So President Trump is going to cut through the bureaucratic red tape and work with Elon Musk to do that.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Libby, back to you.
J.M. Rieger in the debate spin room. Thank you so much, J.M. Of course, interesting to hear from a member of the Republican leadership on the end of this debate. Republicans saying that their candidate did well, Democrats saying their candidate did well. There was a pivotal moment late in the debate where the focus of attention turned to certifying the election, and so looking forward, but also looking at the past and January 6th. Let's play a clip from that. This is when Governor Tim Walz, he was talking about democracy and the attack on the Capitol Actually, we've got a different quote now. Instead, we're going to, well, hold on a second here. Let's see where we're going. I'm going to hold that clip for just a minute, and we'll get back to that in a moment. We are going to play a little bit of the tape to give a sense of things. But Rhonda, what did you see were the strongest moments of these two candidates?
Well, I think one of the strongest moments was toward the end in the clip that you've just sort of teed up, was when they talked about election denialism. I think J.D. Vance was probably prepared to do what a lot of Republicans have been doing, including Stefanik. We just heard from her. And covering the Hill, you do hear a lot of Republicans say, let's just move forward. And if everything looks good, we will go ahead and certify and not have any challenges. There's that qualifier if. But it's an important question because J.D. Vance, in his role as senator, U.S. senator, no matter which way this race goes, he will play a role in the certification joint session on January 6th. So, you know, having him say what he will do is an important question. I think it was a strong moment to see where he stands on that. And also, Walz pushed back, too. So I know we're waiting to play that clip.
We're ready.
We're ready. Okay.
All right, Tim Walz talking about democracy and the attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
That's from earlier tonight. Rhonda.
I think another moment, too, after that clip, he said, this is why Mike Pence isn't here. And that, I think, was a strong line because it reminds you what occurred, why Donald Trump is not running with the same guy that he was before.
James.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is it's still a very powerful, motivating issue. As the moderator said, it is number 3 on the list of concerns, democracy. I was reflecting just as we were watching that clip, you know, a lot of issues that didn't come up. The lead question was obviously about Iran, but then we never got back to foreign policy. There was no debate about Ukraine, and that really has been one of the defining issues for J.D. Vance. He has actually been more outspoken than Trump in saying this conflict needs to end. The U.S. shouldn't support the Ukrainians. The U.S. should bring that money here at home. We also didn't have any conversation during the debate about the longshoremen strike that threatens to create so much economic chaos a month before the election. Obviously, you only have 90 minutes. You have a lot you want to pack in. Yeah, I think you have to make choices about what to cover. We probably spent a surprising amount of time on housing policy and housing on federal lands. And sometimes having those kinds of esoteric debates gives viewers a window into how these guys think and how they approach problems. You know, I think we know what both of them would have said about Ukraine, but it is striking that is such a central issue in the election, and it didn't come up at all.
Except housing is a huge concern, especially among Gen Z.
Yep.
There is a growing sense of outrage in this country that rent is high, that buying a home is so difficult. But yeah, the pivot to national lands was an interesting,
not housing
on the federal
affordability,
lands,
but kind of like which specific federal lands are you going to take?
Federal lands near Minneapolis. All right. Well, let's head to Minnesota, where there are some federal lands. And our colleague, video journalist Blair Guild, she's at a watch party for supporters of Tim Walz. Blair.
I'm here with Josh Yogfeld. He is a former student of Tim Walz and his wife, Gwen Walz, from Mankato West High School. Josh, as someone who was in the audience tonight, what were some of the standout moments from this debate for you?
I think what stood out to me the most is just Tim Walz, who I've known for a very long time, was Tim Walz, who I saw on the debate stage tonight. He's genuine, he learns from experiences, and he applies those things to the policies that he focuses on in his political career. He's been a congressional member, he's been a governor of this state, and I feel a lot of that sort of instilled Midwestern values and what he understands about his upbringing that comes through in the policies that he supports.
Obviously a very wide-ranging debate, nearly 2 hours. Was there a particular moment, a particular topic that resonated with you as a voter?
Yeah, I think to me it really comes down to trusting each other. We're a country that's built on the backs of immigration. We are a country that's built on the backs of working together to do great things. We are the greatest country in the world. And what I see in a lot of these debates is the difference between fearing our neighbors and the people who are coming here to make this country a part of their lives as a hope, and people who want to fear that. And I think it is particularly hard to understand and hard to identify with when the proposal is to believe that immigrants make us weaker when we all are mostly immigrants in this country. So I think what stands out to me is that we can be a team and we can work together to create a great country, to build up the economy and to be neighbors of each other and believe in each other.
Something that both of these candidates are trying to do is kind of tap into that Midwestern appeal. I mean, how do you think both of their approaches to that issue?
Yeah, I mean, obviously both of them have sort of that Midwestern spirit. I've been raised here for a long time. I kind of get it. It's that humble upbringing. But what I love about Tim is that he is a student of listening to his constituents. He grows over time. He changes on certain policies. I've acknowledged it today. He's a hunter. He was supported by the NRA. And he has actually turned into now a very nuanced policy position on gun control and understanding that it is an opportunity to create a balanced debate, to support the Second Amendment rights, but also to make sure that our kids don't shot in schools. I think that is the nuanced Midwestern values that most of us who've grown up here appreciate, and we feel like we understand. When we talk to our neighbors, we find common ground on these issues. It's not fear and division and not being able to talk to each other. It is being able to sit at our neighborhood block party. We did this a month ago here in Minneapolis and talk about tough issues and come to conclusions together. Tim does a great job of that.
Josh, thanks so much for speaking with us. Libby, back to you.
Thank you so much. Blair Guild, one of our journalists who's been at a watch party tonight. Let's go back to J.M. Rieger in the CBS News spin room, the post-debate spin room. J.M., what are your big takeaways from the night?
I thought that both candidates came out and broadly did what they needed to do. I think if you're going on style, Vance might have had a slightly better debate, especially off the top. I think that they got to different points and topics that they wanted to talk about that are strong parts for their campaigns, right? Rhonda and James especially have kind of touched ad nauseum at those and really delved into some of the key moments from tonight. I think moving forward here, the question is, what impact does this have on the race? We talk all the time about how baked in this electorate is, one of the most baked in electorates we have seen in our time covering politics. And the question coming out of this is, how does this debate impact voters on the margins, undecided voters in those 7 key states, those 7 states that we expect are going to be determinative in getting to 270 electoral college votes. This debate may have kind of chipped away a little bit in support, or kind of bolstered some support on the margin for both candidates. I think they both kind of had some moments that helped them get there, though we'll see with the polls in the weeks and months, in the weeks ahead here, I should say, whether that is the case.
5 weeks left, JM. Thank you so much. Let's hear one more clip from tonight. This is addressing J.D. Vance's false claims he's made before tonight about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. It got even more airtime. Let's listen to what Vance had to say about it on the debate stage.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
All right, one of those moments where the candidates agreed with each other, ostensibly, but then criticized the folks at the top of the ticket. But this is exactly what J.D. Vance has wanted to do. Talk about immigration, not talk about the false claim about Haitian migrants in Springfield.
It was all about the pivot.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because it was in that same block, that same conversation about immigration, that Vance's mic got cut off. And CBS cut off his microphone once, and it sort of stopped the interruptions. And it was in the context of him pushing back on being fact-checked and saying, you weren't supposed to fact-check me, so I'm going to respond. immigration is a winning issue for Trump. And that actually was an example of where Walz did an effective job at pushing back on the attack against Kamala Harris. He talked about that border compromise bill that law enforcement supported. I think he was clearly very ready for immigration, ready to talk about Harris's role on other issues where Vance did that sort of like, I think you want to do the right thing, but your running mate doesn't. Walz didn't always forcefully come back and kind of tout Harris's record or Harris's plans. And I think part of it was a strategy by Vance to sort of spread, like just throw lots of attacks at Kamala Harris that Walz couldn't possibly respond to every one of them.
Yeah, that, I believe, the Springfield issue, we knew that was coming up. I think J.D. Vance did not address the central issue, which is his own constituents in Ohio have been struggling with bomb threats. State law enforcement has had to go in and do sweeps daily. Kids haven't been able to go to school. But he was able to, as you said, pivot to an issue that he knows is working for his base, Trump's base, as well as the Republican Party. And that is to shine a light on the fact that Harris was the person over the border. It was part of her portfolio as vice president, and there have been failures. So it does, that snippet also just kind of illustrates some of the ways Vance was able to redirect a question that would have been negative for him, but he was able to redirect it in a way that he wanted to.
So, JM, both candidates had moments tonight where they were able to deflect. Let's talk about the less successful moments for them. I'm thinking right off the top, it seemed like Walz was having some trouble, but then later on he called himself a knucklehead. So let's talk about how Walz and Vance didn't have such great answers at times.
Yeah, it did feel like Walz got off to a bit of a slow start off the top of the debate, right? He was stumbling over his words a few times. You mentioned that question about when he was asked when he was in China, that timeline, or Hong Kong, I should say, and he didn't give a clear answer, right, to the point where the moderators had to press him. Anytime the moderators are pressing you for clarification in a debate, which is already limited on time, usually not a good sign that you're giving clear answers to the viewers, right? There were times where Vance, especially that January 6, 2024 election stuff, right, as Rhonda and James have talked about, was not able to he did not give a clear answer on whether he would commit to certifying the election results once they've been certified by the states and by the electors, right? And that's really the key question here. Democrats have not said that you cannot challenge results after the election. Democrats have done that, and Vance pointed that out, right? The question is, once the electors in each state are certified and sent, are you going to certify in a ceremonial role, right, that Congress has in January, as we saw on January 6th in 2020? A few times there where they just did not get to kind of the moments that they wanted to, and both campaigns, I'm sure, will try and capitalize on that. I will just point out one piece of color here from the spin room, Libby. J.D. Vance has entered the spin room, but is at the far end of press row here, kind of where we are in the spin room, and is in the middle of an interview. I can't tell with which network at this time, but you can see the placards. They're in kind of full force at this point. Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota has also entered the spin room within the last couple of minutes. So it looks like the spin room is going to be kind of a robust and healthy discussion here for the foreseeable future.
All right. Looks like he was on Fox there just moments ago. As we wrap things up tonight, any other moments that you guys want to point out that were missed opportunities or things that stood out to you? James?
I was thinking about the 2012 debate between the vice presidential candidates. It was Joe Biden and Paul Ryan. That one was very testy. Joe Biden came in and I think was prepped to sort of like throw up his hands and be kind of outrageous. But the difference between Paul Ryan, who was the Republican vice presidential standard bearer in 2012, and J.D. Vance in 2024 is 12 years, but a lifetime. And I was just reflecting on, there was the kinder, gentler Vance at the personality level, but think about how much the Republican sort of orthodoxy has shifted. You heard basically Vance speak out against free trade. You heard him decry the expertise. And it did feel tonight like both were trying to be populists. I think some of that has been conflated with being Midwestern. But at times they were like trying to outdo one another on who wants to offer more health care to more people, and who wants to be more friendly on child care, and who wants to build more housing. And both of them didn't have particularly good answers when they were asked about the same Wharton study that showed that Harris's plans and Trump's plans would both massively expand the national debt. Harris's plans by like $1.5 trillion, Trump's plans by like $5.5 trillion, not the same. And both kind of were hand wavy about that. And I think that is a reflection of how there's not really a constituency, a demand in the electorate for either party to take the national debt seriously. But Vance is really a repudiation on Ukraine, which we didn't talk about, but on trade and so much else, a repudiation of everything Paul Ryan stood for. And so I think when you take a step back, tonight really was a reminder of just how much the GOP has changed in the Trump era.
So a less combative debate, but a real pivot and a fascinating position for both of these candidates to have, especially a change for Republicans. Rhonda, final thoughts from you tonight.
Yeah, thinking about missed opportunities, I was struck that both didn't really lean into their own credentials of what they've done as individuals. Now, of course, the role of a VP is to be there for the person at the top of the ticket, but at the same time, there are some things that they both could have brought up with their own experiences, whether it was Tim Walz talking as governor, how he's been able to get a lot through his state legislature, a lot of things that are kind of Democratic cornerstones, lower drug costs for seniors and diabetics, free lunches and breakfasts for kids in school. With Vance, even though he hasn't had a lot of time in the U.S. Senate, there are some things that he has done. He partnered with Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator of Ohio, to help the folks with the train derailment. So there are some things that they could have leaned into that spoke a little bit more about what type of leader they are, because again, vice presidents are one heartbeat away from having that main job. So I thought they both could have spent some time on that. However, they did, try to talk a little bit more biographical about family and all of that. So, it remains to be seen where all of this goes. We'll be watching in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it seems like some fodder for online social media, but really at the end of the day, both camps may walk away feeling like they did no harm and just move forward with the campaign. Walz did talk about Minnesota quite a bit, but almost in a way of like, that's where he's from. Like, he's the governor of Minnesota. Like, there's a lot there that he could have talked about more about his record. Thank you so much to both of you. And thank you to all of you for watching this simulcast of the CBS News vice presidential debate with the Washington Post. Thanks to our colleagues for all their reporting tonight. You can be sure to join us on election night. We're just 5 weeks away, and we will be live on the evening of November 5th, bringing you the results in the presidential race and in the House and Senate gubernatorial contests around the country. We go live on the Washington Post homepage and YouTube starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on November 5th. So tune in to the Washington Post on election night. We'll see you soon. Have a good night.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.